The past is not behind you. It is a hallucination you keep mistaking for gravity. You are falling gently to sleep, falling and falling and falling, falling and falling. But as the room begins to loosen around you, something goes wrong in a beautiful way. You cannot tell whether you are drifting back into the womb, floating forward into death, or lying somewhere between the two, while your whole life gathers around you like a strange little mushroom beings. The ceiling breathes in slow circles, and each sound has 100 echoes looking like fractals. The walls soften into pink and blue folds you feel in your belly, and for a moment you hear your own heartbeat coming from the other side of the room, as if your body has been placed somewhere else and is calling you over. Falling and falling. So let yourself become very still, not because you are trying to relax, but because the room is about to answer a question you did not know that you were even asking. But first, the far wall opens. It does not open like a door. It opens like skin, remembering it was once sky. And the wallpaper stretches into a mountain range, and the mountains are somehow connected to your skin, so every ridge has a feeling, and every valley has a memory. Falling and falling and falling. And then these tiny pilgrims are walking along your shoulder blade horizon, carrying lanterns made of old versions of you. And each time their bells ring, the sound does not enter your ears. It comes out of your knees. And it tastes like blue metal and childhood rain. And now the problem becomes clear. You have been trying to move into the future while dragging the dead body with you, the old you, which only exists as an image in your imagination. And one pilgrim turns around and points at the wall mountain, and suddenly you see scenes from your life growing out of it like impossible mushrooms. There is the moment you learned to wait. There is the face you wore when you wanted to be chosen. And there is the small, polite version of you folding your desire into a napkin and putting it into a drawer as something embarrassing. And then the room tilts. And the pilgrims begin climbing upward. So you follow them with your eyes. And the sound pulls you through the wall. And now you are inside a huge, breathing cathedral made of fractals, milk, bones, wet stars, and laughing little clocks. But the clocks are not ticking. They are chewing. Each one is chewing on a year of your life. Very seriously, like tiny annual goats. Falling and falling and falling. And then one clock opens its mouth, and your mother's voice comes out as purple smoke. And another opens and releases the smell of a future you never lived. Another coughs up a little golden baby wearing your adult face. And the baby looks at you as if to say, are we being born, or are we finally done pretending we already were? And one of the pilgrims has a speech bubble saying, the future does not require continuity, it requires disappearance. And when that lands, the whole cathedral turns inside out like a shopping bag. The pilgrims are no longer outside you. They are walking through your bloodstream with their lanterns, and everywhere they step, old identity flakes off like dry paint. The sound of their bells becomes color pulsating in your veins, and the color becomes a soft animal. And the animal crawls around your ribs and purrs in a language made of unexpressed desires. And you understand none of it. And somehow it is the clearest thing you have ever heard. But then comes the twist. The past was never pulling you backward. It was below you, pretending to be the floor. And you look down and see it there. My life so far, spread out like a giant sleeping carpet, stitched together from memories, explanations, heartbreaks, victories, humiliations, almosts, and all the scenes you kept using to prove there was a person here who had to continue exactly as the past says they should. And it looks tender from above. It looks handmade by a grandma. It looks like something a child built out of fear and glitter and serious misunderstandings. And so, what you call my life so far may be nothing more than a rumor consciousness forgot to stop believing. And this is where it becomes almost ridiculous. Because the rumor was not stupid. It was trying to keep you recognizable. It kept saying your name so the world would not lose you. And it kept repeating the old shape because it thought love meant continuity, imagined security. And so the pilgrims crawl out of your belly button and reach the highest ridge of the skin mountain, and there at the top is a tiny door made of sound. And behind it is not a new self. Behind it is not a better life. Behind it is a soft, impossible brightness with no resume, no biography, no explanation, and no interest in proving it belongs to you. You hesitate, and the whole trip pauses with you. The clocks stop chewing. The purple smoke kneels, and the tiny golden baby blinks. And the wall mountain leans closer, and every memory lantern on your skin glows once, as if saying goodbye without leaving. And then the door opens by itself. And you understand the rebirth is lazy. Because nothing has to force itself through. The old gravity simply stops being believed for 1 second, and in that 1 second, the past floats up like a dead balloon. The future opens like a mushroom with the sun inside it, and you are not pushed forward. You are released sideways with contractions and everything. Clean slate, not because it was washed, but because anything written on it is ever only made of imaginary skid marks. And now the room begins to return, but incorrectly. The wall is still a wall, but it remembers being your skin. And the ceiling is still above you, but it has little pilgrim footprints across it. And the sound outside is still outside, but part of it is coming from your mouth. Somewhere a clock burps and looks a bit embarrassed. So stay here for a moment in the place before the next version of you gets labeled. Let the past lose its job as gravity. And let the future arrive without asking it to look like you. And notice how gentle it is when consciousness stops repeating the rumor and something unnamed finally has room to breathe. We are about to dive headfirst into the wild world of nonduality, where we are stripping away the nonsense, the fluff, and all those laughable beliefs we've been carrying around. Are you ready to ditch the costume of you that you've been parading around in? Imagine sinking into a beanbag, but instead of beans, it's your true nature. This meditation is like inception for your soul, guiding you through a kaleidoscope of consciousness where your personal reality starts to bend like a spoon in the Matrix movie. But wait, before you plunge into the deep end of chill, let me drop an invitation. If you are tired of playing the character in this tragic comedy of your life, I've got the escape plan drafted out in my book, The End of Your Story. So before you float off into the cosmic soup, poke your curiosity down below. The description's got more goodies than a piñata at a mind expansion party. How do kids around the globe react when they are not allowed to do something? When they want to know what it feels like to drive a car or be a doctor, and an adult tells them, "You can't." Do they believe it? Do they resign? Or wait until later? No. They play pretend. Why do you think it's any different with you now? This is a powerful meditation that requires absolutely nothing to do from you except to notice and notice that noticing is not a doing. It's not making any effort in your thinking. It's simply looking, noticing. Find a comfortable place to prepare. Simply listen and notice. Unless we jump out of the greatest cover-up story of all time and the one residing in it. It doesn't matter how much we learn. It doesn't matter how much we strategize. how much peanuts we earn. It doesn't matter what techniques and tools we do to improve ourselves. It will never be enough unless we jump out from the cover-up story of the one living in time. Notice now is not a moment in time. It is what happens without it. Here is the story uncovered. Simply listen and notice. You assume you are a person listening to these words. You are the eternal, free being pretending to listen through the person living in time, living in a story. As an eternal, free being, you are so unlimited and so timeless and so utterly omni everything that you can't actually experience anything. It's like as if everything ever was white in color. Nobody would be able to experience the color white at all. It would seem that white doesn't exist, even though it would be absolutely everything. Similarly, you are so unlimited, so free and eternal. You have to imagine some limitation and convince yourself it is real to have an experience. Relax and notice what it is like to simply be. See, being is not a thinking, but thinking appears within the being. Just notice. The eternal free being that you really are is so unlimited. It has to arise within the illusion of limitation to be able to experience. No limitation, no experience. And it is so free. It has to arise within something that appears not free. to be able to experience. And it is so eternal. It has to arise in the context of time in order to experience a story of you, seemingly the hero's journey. And the being is also a looking. It is not a thinking. It simply looks. It simply notices. It notices what is, and it notices what isn't. The person, which is essentially just a thought, a voice in the head trying to convince itself about its realness. The person doesn't know the difference. The person lives in assumed reality, a timeline full of expectations and hopes and assumptions, how everything should be and shouldn't be. And she thinks that that world is the correct one. And reality, which is what actually happens, needs some fixing. So what if it was completely the other way around? Just notice that being is effortless. You don't need any past, and you don't need any future to be. It's effortless. It's all there is. It's your true nature. Just this. Just notice. You don't need time to be enlightened. You, the real you, needs nothing. Just notice, and nothing is required other than what is. Past and future are thoughts, images superimposed over reality to convince you that you are not what you are. So, How do kids around the globe react when they are not allowed to do something? When they want to know what it feels like to drive a car or to be a doctor, and an adult tells them you can't. Do they believe it? Do they resign? Or wait until some other time later in the apparent future? No. They play, pretend. Why do you think it's any different with you now? Who do you believe to be? Your personality, your roles, a good person, a perfect lover, a faithful employee? What if your self is an image in your mind? It's a mental picture held in your imagination and how you should be, and it has nothing to do with who you actually are. And you believe it to be you, and all problems that you have in your relationships come from this very confusion. The false identity hides in the last place you would ever look, disguised as a person living in your head. It promises you to survive if only you keep yourself separate from everyone else and protect that illusory self-image. The self is a seductive fantasy, and your greatest enemy is not somebody outside of you. It is your inner perception. If somebody criticizes that self, you take it personally. You feel your entire identity is being threatened. And when people threaten that illusion, you turn them into enemies. The word person, just like in personality, comes from the Latin word persona, and it means mask. Your personality is not who you are. It is the mask you put up for other people, and it can change moment to moment depending on your thoughts and convictions. The truth is that it is impossible to define you. There is no box I can put you into and say, you are this, but not this. It's like trying to put a post-it on a running water in the bathroom. Your thoughts alone create your experience of who you are, moment by moment, whether you are aware of the thoughts or they are just running in the background of your mind. At the very core of living unbound is your own understanding that the self is an illusion and you are already complete and whole and lacking nothing. The very nature of the self is insecurity and lack. Your ego is the belief that you are completely alone and lacking, and this situation will never change. And it doesn't matter how much you try to boost your self-confidence and self-worth. One thought can change how you feel any moment. The idea of the separate self is at the core of all of your hurts, all your blame, overthinking, all your anxiety, all your shame. It's problematic because it is not part of reality, whether you have a positive or negative self-image. All pain in relationships, without exception, comes from defending the image of the self that believes is lacking, and it's stuck in the future with no way out. It completely distorts your vision of others and of the relationship. So you'll distract yourself with food and Facebook or shopping that provide temporary relief to those thoughts. It doesn't matter if you have a positive or negative self-image. It is not who you are. It is just a notion of who you think you are, and therefore, soon or later, will lead to pain, lack, emptiness, and despair. And you'll do anything to look good in front of others, spending a lifetime hiding and pretending, seeking love and likes. To try to be a good person is to embark on a never-ending journey to seek security, love, appreciation, approval, sex, promotion, marriage, money, fame, qualification, likes, full shopping carts, and it will never be enough. Everything in your experience is being created through momentarily transient thought. Everything you think about who you are and who others are, how the world works and how you should be and what you have to do to be loved and appreciated, even what you need, is all created in thought. All of it is changing each moment. You were born out of this whole world and can never be separate from it. Never lack anything except for in your thinking. It is in this realization and gradual disappearance of the imagined static self-image that you become unbound, magnificent and magical. Get out of your own way. Like most, you won't be able to do it alone. Get someone you trust to guide you. You are beyond what you can imagine. Your true nature is unbound, an expression of infinite intelligence. Mind chatter isn't random. It's strategic. A salesman pitching a product that doesn't exist. You. Every prediction, every justification, just scaffolding for a collapsing tower. You call it thinking. It's really hostage negotiation. The mind trades presence for control. It offers answers because it fears the weight of the question. Wisdom isn't loud. It is the silence between lies. I mean, stories. Here is the fracture. Your inner voice isn't a guide. It is a bodyguard for ghost preservation. It doesn't want truth. It wants continuity, permanence, feeling special. And every story is a leash. Just look. A river doesn't debate its path. It carves canyons by surrendering to gravity. Your mind, a bureaucrat arguing with the waterfall. The world is Alice in Wonderland, and you are the scientist trying to explain it. You are in Wonderland, but you think it's a lab. Your wise ancestor leans in, whispers something impossible like, "That tree didn't grow, you shrunk." And your mind, bless its little logical heart, immediately wants to calculate or measure the distance. See, always explaining away the impossible, always substituting a tidy label for the wild, raw isness. This is the game. You perceive something utterly bonkers and your internal scientist constantly slaps a sticker on it. Gravity, time, matter. Just words pretending to contain the untamable. Take a masterful artist, and I don't mean just any masterful artist, but the best of the best in his art. They create a painting of a majestic landscape, and they use the colors, the shades, the perspective so well. And you stand there completely tricked into thinking this two-dimensional image is actually three-dimensional. You point to the painted mountain and think, "Oh, that's far away." That's a flat surface. But the illusion convinces you of distance, of separation between you and the apparently distant mountain. So you're not looking, you're thinking about the looking. The mind labels the experience. In reality, there is no separation and there is no space to cross. Now, why do you think it's any different with what you seem to perceive every single second? Just because your mind tells you that mountain is over there, that person is separate, that feeling is yours alone. It's the same trick. The mind's relentless labeling and spatial mapping create the experience of out there separated from in here. It's the ultimate vanishing act, making the present unified moment disappear behind a convincing melodrama of me versus them. Now let me ask you, how do you know the actual people and objects in your world aren't constantly shrinking and growing? I mean, seriously, you watch someone walk away and they get smaller. They walk closer and they get bigger. Oh, it's just a big face now. This is a constant wild perceptual fluctuation, but your mind, that diligent scientist, instantly provides the explanation. Oh, they are simply getting further or closer to you. See, a baby doesn't know this explanation. A baby just sees the visual data changing. Objects inflating, deflating, moving, shifting. A baby is onto something here. And that's why a baby looks so awestruck. A baby sees a magic before the scientist's brain kicks in with its boring, reductive labels. And you think you know. You have been told by parents, by teachers, by the internet, textbooks. They gave you the explanations, the formulas, the law of physics. You learned to believe that you cannot trust your direct experience. The simple, baffling fact of things just changing size and appearance, because you need science, you need explanations to be able to function. And poof, the magic, the sheer impossibility of direct perception is lost, filed under optical illusion or perspective. Maybe one day you take a little bit of acid and suddenly your mind's frantic need to make a meaning out of everything just takes a vacation for a little bit. And the scientist steps out for a smoke break. What are you left with? Just pure, unfiltered sensory input. Colors can breathe, sounds that have texture. The feeling of the chair isn't just solid chair, it's a vibrating presence. Maybe boundaries dissolve. And the hand isn't just my hand, it's a swirl of sensations happening. The frantic narration stops, the constant explaining, categorizing, separating just pauses. For a moment, the world isn't a collection of explained things out there. It's just raw, unedited. This happening with impossible intensity right here, and not even that. The world is Alice in Wonderland. Objects, if there were objects, change size inexplicably until the scientists explain it away. Causes and effects blur until the scientist draws a sharp line. This is inexplicable magic happening with no beginning and no end. But your scientist brain is working overtime, providing plausible, mundane explanations to cover up the sheer, dazzling miracle of what's actually happening. It's desperately trying to make Wonderland fit into a textbook. And the payoff isn't finding the real explanation. It's the trippy realization that the explanation itself is the filter. The world isn't happening and being explained. The explained world is what happens when direct, inexplicable experience is filtered through the mind's desperate need for order, for cause and effect, for me over here looking at that over there. And it creates juicy drama, me against them. The scientist isn't observing Wonderland. The scientist is creating a smaller, duller version of it by insisting on explanations. And the magic isn't lost, it's just hiding under labels. And the separation you feel is the space between the raw experience and your mind's story about the experience. If the mind's explanations are just stories we tell ourselves to make reality less terrifyingly magical, now the question is, who exactly is doing the explaining? And what would happen if just for one day you'd lost the ability to explain completely?
Breathe like a tired ghost. You're safe, even your thoughts are bored. Your worries forgot their lines. They're shaking on a tiny stage. You clap anyway, because you're kind like that, and none of it was real. Let your chest soften. Let your face join the union strike. The future is canceled tonight. Nothing left to predict. Your worries there's no you to protect. Your worries forgot their lines. They're shaking on a tiny stage. You clap anyway, because you're kind like that and none of it was real. Your worries forgot their lines. They're shaking on a tiny stage. You clap anyway, because you're kind like that and none of it was real. This moment is enough. Shaking on a tiny stage, you clap anyway, because you're kind like that and none of it was real.
If the mind's explanations are just stories we tell ourselves to make reality less terrifyingly magical, now the question is, who exactly is doing the explaining? And what would happen if just for one day you'd lost the ability to explain completely? Rest is actually preparation. Every breath you take is monitored by an invisible manager who's terrified of what might happen if it stops directing traffic. You believe you are present, but check. Aren't you already rehearsing the next thing? Editing a past conversation? Subtly bracing for some future moment? This isn't present. This is mental overtime. Words spoken. What a beautiful day. And words thought, I wish I was happy. And the truth? You're afraid to stop running the show because you think chaos will erupt. But look closer. The chaos you fear is already here. It's the exhausting work of constantly predicting, adjusting, and controlling life instead of living it. Who would you be without this invisible director? Not some empty shell, but maybe someone who actually experiences the rain instead of analyzing whether they brought the right jacket. So, here is the secret. The you that is so busy managing everything doesn't exist outside this performance. It's like a stagehand who's convinced the play will collapse without them, never noticing the actors have been improvising beautifully all along. So the real question isn't how to be, it is what happens when you stop pretending you are in charge. And don't answer, just watch how every cell in your body fights to keep the illusion alive. You keep trying to read the future like it's already written, but the script you're using, it's just the past in disguise. Tomorrow isn't some distant land. It's yesterday, wearing different clothes, and it always happens just in thought. Or tell me, would there be tomorrow that isn't a reaction to the past? Or that isn't a thought? The only thing that's real is this breath, this blink, this empty space where nothing is certain. Thought predicts I will fail, I will never make enough money, people will judge me, something terrible is about to happen. And you think prediction is power, but real freedom lives in not knowing and in not needing to know. What for? So you can prepare, so you can control the outcome. And can you ever have enough information? So consider this. The act of trying to figure it out is what reinforces the illusion that you are stuck and powerless in this unpredictable world. What if you decided that you have figured out the movie you watch in the first scene? So when the plot twist comes, it's too late because you've spent the whole movie judging it, hating it, cursing it. You'd dismiss the genius plot twist as a trashy move. You'll miss the new expanded opportunities presenting themselves. That's why the more you try to figure things out, the more trashy moves seem to be in the movie of life. So, the real freedom lives in being okay with not knowing, in the thrill of stepping off the map you spent years drawing. The past and future are mirrors facing each other, an endless hallway of reflections where nothing new ever appears. And the only way out is to smash the glass. Your addiction to certainty, it's just fear dressed up as wisdom, as common sense. See, universe doesn't do guarantees. It does magic when you stop controlling it all. So what if the best moments of your life were the ones you never saw coming? The chance meeting, the unplanned detour, the disaster that became a blessing. Falling in love with uncertainty isn't reckless. It's the only sane response to a world that refuses to be tamed. So, here is the real question. What if you stopped trying to steal from tomorrow and simply let today surprise you? Would you panic? Or would you finally wake up to the life that's been waiting outside your carefully constructed plans? I wanted to feel like a pause, a sharp, bright crack in the routine where you remember, even for half a second, that none of this is as fixed as it seems. So I'm starting something new here, these unlearnings, short, radical little pieces. Not advice, not teachings, just the raw, unfiltered truth as it comes. No fluff, just the occasional gut punch of clarity that might, if you let it, unravel something in you without warning. It is not poetry, it is not teaching, it is simply unlearning for those who don't need more theory, more philosophy, or another comforting stories that make you feel temporarily better, but also bury the powerful being that you really are. And your self-identity will hate this, but it is an invitation to realize that you are not the limited character you identify with. And for those who are ready, they will feel like coming home. So if that sounds like your kind of disruption, if you want to meet me in the cracks between the big, heavy things, then stay. Subscribe if you haven't. There is a keeper inside you, a careful architect of your unease. It dresses in the robes of a good doer, whispering promises of relief if you only follow its rituals. Breathe deeper, it says. Meditate longer. Fix this. Solve that. Transcend. Transform. But watch closely. Its hands are the same ones that tighten the knots it claims to undo. This keeper survives on your belief that peace is elsewhere, a distant land you must pilgrimage towards through effort and time. It thrives on the quiet terror that if you stop striving, you'll disappear. So it spins golden ladders of self-improvement, each rung another reason to postpone the unthinkable truth that you were never broken. The paradox is exquisite. The more diligently you obey its methods, the more the horizon recedes. The more you polish your wounds, the brighter they shine. You've become a connoisseur of your own captivity, mistaking the study of chains for freedom. What if you turned away from its offerings? Not in rebellion, but in gentle disinterest, like a child outgrowing a game. The keeper will protest, of course. It will warn of dangers, of a regression, of all you might lose. But listen closer. That panic is not yours. It's the sound of an illusion fighting for its life. Here is the secret it guards so fiercely. The stillness you chase laughs in the spaces between your thoughts. The wholeness you seek sides in the pauses between your heartbeats. It doesn't need to be built, only noticed. So let me ask you, not with words but with silence, what remains when you stop maintaining the fiction that you are incomplete? The answer is already breathing you. Every moment you call rest is actually preparation. Every breath you take is monitored by an invisible manager who's terrified of what might happen if it stops directing traffic. You believe you are present, but check. Aren't you already rehearsing the next thing? Editing a past conversation? Subtly bracing for some future moment? This isn't present. This is mental overtime. Words spoken. What a beautiful day. And words thought, I wish I was happy. And the truth? You're afraid to stop running the show because you think chaos will erupt. But look closer. The chaos you fear is already here. It's the exhausting work of constantly predicting, adjusting, and controlling life instead of living it. Who would you be without this invisible director? Not some empty shell, but maybe someone who actually experiences the rain instead of analyzing whether they brought the right jacket. So, here is the secret. The you that is so busy managing everything doesn't exist outside this performance. It's like a stagehand who's convinced the play will collapse without them, never noticing the actors have been improvising beautifully all along. So the real question isn't how to be, it is what happens when you stop pretending you are in charge. And don't answer, just watch how every cell in your body fights to keep the illusion alive. You keep waiting to choose the red pill, but the taste of truth is already in your mouth. So you are falling gently to sleep, just enough for the edges of the room to loosen, And then, suddenly, you wake up inside a white room you have never seen before. The walls are too clean. The air is too clean. And there is a television in the corner playing your memories, with the sound arriving 3 seconds late. And then you feel it. A small red shape resting on your tongue, warm and almost alive, as if it has been there for years, waiting for you to stop calling this place normal. And somewhere below the floor, something huge begins to hum. And some part of you already knows that before this is over, you are going to see what has been dreaming your life for you. And for a moment, let your body become very still. Not because you are trying to relax, but because you can't believe your eyes. You try to move, but the chair moves first. And when you try to breathe, the room breathes you. Thin green numbers crawl through the paint, and the television changes channels by itself. And now it is showing every life you almost lived, every door you almost opened, and every sentence your throat knew before your mouth became polite. And you are not being shown a new reality. You are noticing the old one was edited by fear. And the strange thing is, your body understands this before your mind does. Your chest already knows. Your stomach already knows. Your hands resting there quietly, looking tired from holding together a world that was too small for you. And then the floor opens without opening, not like a trapdoor, but like the room has finally admitted it was only a lid. And you are lowered through the white tiles into a dark green tunnel where the numbers fall upward and a black cat floats past, wearing a tiny headset whispering "wrong timeline" before walking backward through a wall. And then the strange thing. Below you are rows and rows of sleeping bodies floating in black capsules, each one plugged into a soft blue dream. One is smiling at promotion, one is crying over an old love, and one is waiting to become ready. Another one is rehearsing the perfect explanation for why they cannot begin yet. And then you see yours. Your capsule is still warm, and your dream is still playing on the little screen above your face. You see yourself returning to the same old scenes, not because they contain the truth, but because they became familiar enough to feel like home. There is the heartbreak behind the glass, The scene where you fearing about your future, and it looks almost comic, actually. Almost. There is the version of you who kept visiting the same conversation where you shrunk into a tiny particle. And this is when you see it. Memory is the mind's museum. You were never meant to live inside the exhibit. The capsule opens with a soft mechanical sigh, and the wires connected to your body begin letting go one by one, almost tenderly, like sad little noodles that know their job is finished. And a silver insect crawls out of your mouth, carrying a tiny receipt for every truth you swallowed. And when it sees the red stain on your tongue is gone, it looks so disappointed that it almost makes you want to apologize. But you don't apologize. Because from here, the dream looks different. It does not look evil. It looks a bit like glitchy and suspicious. Everything that you call your life, from here, it looks a little glitchy and suspicious. It looks like something built by fear when fear was doing its best with bad instructions. And you do not wake up by escaping the illusion. You wake up when the illusion starts feeling too expensive to maintain. Then you see the hidden cost it has on your life. And now you can feel the cost in the body, not as punishment, but as a kind of love trying to get your attention. The throat that tightened around the truth, the hands that kept reaching for the familiar, or the heart that kept leaning toward the door even while the mind kept asking for more time. And the machine keeps dripping old reasons to stay where you are. Down the walls in green syrup. But they no longer sound like wisdom. They sound like wet candy melting in a broken vending machine. And so, as you rise above the capsules, above the white room, above the tiny glowing screens where everyone is dreaming so sincerely, the whole matrix becomes strangely beautiful. Not because it was real, but because you can finally see it from outside the view that made it feel unavoidable. The pill has already dissolved. Now the only question is how long you keep acting like you did not swallow it. Your mouth is empty. The body is quiet. And somewhere between the fake world, the truth is already moving through your blood. You keep waiting to choose the red pill, but the taste of truth is already in your mouth. So you are falling gently to sleep, just enough for the edges of the room to loosen, and then suddenly you wake up inside a white room you have never seen before. The walls are too clean, the air is too clean, and there is a television in the corner playing your memories, with the sound arriving 3 seconds late. And then you feel it. A small red shape resting on your tongue, warm and almost alive, as if it has been there for years, waiting for you to stop calling this place normal. And somewhere below the floor, something huge begins to hum. And some part of you already knows that before this is over, you are going to see what has been dreaming your life for you. And for a moment, let your body become very still. Not because you are trying to relax, but because you can't believe your eyes. You try to move, but the chair moves first. And when you try to breathe, the room breathes you. Thin green numbers crawl through the paint, and the television changes channels by itself, and now it is showing every life you almost lived, every door you almost opened, and every sentence your throat knew before your mouth became polite. And you are not being shown a new reality. You're noticing the old one was edited by fear. And the strange thing is, your body understands this before your mind does. Your chest already knows. Your stomach already knows. Your hands resting there quietly, looking tired from holding together a world that was too small for you. And then the floor opens without opening, not like a trapdoor, but like the room has finally admitted it was only a lid. And you are lowered through the white tiles into a dark green tunnel where the numbers fall upward and a black cat floats past, wearing a tiny headset, whispering "wrong timeline" before walking backwards through a wall. And then the strange thing. Below you are rows and rows of sleeping bodies floating in black capsules, each one plugged into a soft blue dream. One is smiling at promotion, one is crying over an old love, and one is waiting to become ready. Another one is rehearsing the perfect explanation for why they cannot begin yet. And then you see yours. Your capsule is still warm, and your dream is still playing on the little screen above your face. You see yourself returning to the same old scenes, not because they contain the truth, but because they became familiar enough to feel like home. There is the heartbreak behind the glass, the scene where you're fearing about your future, and it looks almost comic, actually. Almost. There is the version of you who kept visiting the same conversation where you shrunk into a tiny particle. And this is when you see it. Memory is the mind's museum. You were never meant to live inside the exhibit. The capsule opens with a soft mechanical sigh, and the wires connected to your body begin letting go one by one, almost tenderly, like sad little noodles that know their job is finished. And a silver insect crawls out of your mouth, carrying a tiny receipt for every truth you swallowed. And when it sees the red stain on your tongue is gone, it looks so disappointed that it almost makes you want to apologize. But you don't apologize. Because from here, the dream looks different. It does not look evil. It looks a bit like glitchy and suspicious. Everything that you call your life, from here, it looks a little glitchy and suspicious. It looks like something built by fear when fear was doing its best with bad instructions. And you do not wake up by escaping the illusion. You wake up when the illusion starts feeling too expensive to maintain. Then you see the hidden cost it has on your life. And now you can feel the cost in the body, not as punishment, but as a kind of love trying to get your attention. The throat that tightened around the truth, the hands that kept reaching for the familiar, or the heart that kept leaning toward the door even while the mind kept asking for more time. And the machine keeps dripping old reasons to stay where you are, down the walls in green syrup, but they no longer sound like wisdom. They sound like wet candy melting in a broken vending machine. And so, as you rise above the capsules, above the white room, above the tiny glowing screens where everyone is dreaming so sincerely, the whole matrix becomes strangely beautiful. Not because it was real, but because you can finally see it from outside the view that made it feel unavoidable. The pill has already dissolved. Now the only question is how long you keep acting like you did not swallow it. Your mouth is empty. The body is quiet. And somewhere between the fake world, the truth, is already moving through your blood. If the capsule still feels warm, my book, The End of Your Story, is in the description. It goes deeper into ending your most restrictive story in the simulation. And it is not suitable if you are only at the beginning of your spiritual or self-improvement journey and are looking for comfort and validation of your side of your story. And I mean it. You'd hate it. You may even start vomiting the red pill and choke on it. Letting go is like trying to catch the wind. The harder you grip, the faster it slips through your fingers. It's a bit like staring at your phone, waiting for that elusive notification, only to realize the silence holds a message of its own. So welcome, traveler. Today's meditation will be so profound, even your to-do list will enter a relaxation state, contemplating its own existence. See, most people think that letting go is about releasing. Well, it's more about realizing you are holding a cactus. So let's embark on a journey to a place of ultimate relaxation and profound insight. Close your eyes and take a deep breath and imagine that you are nothing. And since nothing is hard to imagine, let's just come close to it. Imagine that you are just a speck of dust, a tiny pollen particle hanging in the vastness of the sky. And feel yourself being gently lifted by the wings of the wind, soaring higher and higher until you find yourself amongst the clouds. And the cool, calming sensation of water vapor wraps around you, forming these delicate crystals. And so you are transforming into this unique, intricate snowflake, weightless and serene. And as you drift through the clouds, feel the freedom in every part of your being. And you don't need to relax because you don't have arms as a snowflake. You don't have any. So feel the tension of your everyday life melting away like ice thawing under the warm sun. And there is also no need to relax your shoulders because as a snowflake, you don't carry any burdens. Your back, which usually carries your stress, is now as light as a snowflake gliding effortlessly through the sky. There is no tension to release, no muscles to unwind. You are simply a delicate, floating crystal. And your chest and heart are free too. There is no need to soften your jaw or release any tension from your face, because as a snowflake, you simply don't have these. You are just a beautiful, intricate pattern, drifting without any effort. Your stomach, often tied with knots, doesn't exist in this form. Imagine it is just calm, snowy landscape, untouched and peaceful. You are weightless, floating like the snowflake, free from any physical form, floating effortlessly in the vast sky. And life is wonderful, and you marvel at your own beauty and admiring the other snowflakes around you. Because each one of you is unique, just like you, special. Together, you create a magnificent, shimmering dance in the sky. And then, far below, you notice the ocean. A moment of panic creeps in. What will happen if you fall into the ocean? Will you disappear? But as you drift down, you notice also an island in the distance, made of ice and covered in soft, inviting snow. And this becomes your new goal, your new safe haven. And so you try to will yourself to land on that island, thinking of all the ways you can get there. And you even see a bird flying by, and you try to negotiate a ride. You try to flirt with the wind, coaxing it to guide you to the island. And you strategize and try strategy after strategy, thinking you need to deserve to earn your place on that island. But between all your efforts, something profound happens. You hit the water. And you realize that this sweet disappearance is what you've been yearning for. In this seemingly hopeless chase, there is a hidden freedom. The reason you can't let go is because you've been trying. It's like attempting to fall asleep by sheer force of will. Ever notice how sleep sneaks up on you just when you stop trying to control it? Are you really the one deciding when and how sleep envelops you? Or does it come unbidden in its own mysterious timing? Imagine trusting that sleep will find you, not because you have any other choice, but because that's how the universe works. The same way you trust your heartbeat, unseen and uncommanded, to pulse through your veins. We spend our days in the labyrinth of thoughts, each worry a turn, each fear a dead end. If I don't get my 8 hours, I will be tired and grumpy and stressed tomorrow. But what if that sleepless night is the key to a door you didn't know existed? What if those tired eyes see the world a little differently, catching glimpses of ideas that only come in the twilight of exhaustion? Think about your social media feed, a curated gallery of highlights, each post a brush stroke in the painting of me. Yet, beneath the surface, there is a quiet desperation. Can I trust this connection? Can I trust myself? Trust, like sleep, can't be forced. It's too expensive for the fragile ego, too risky for the curated self. We hide behind our screens, crafting identities, yet fearing the raw, unfiltered truth. So peel back these digital layers, and what do you find? A raw existence, where the dance of life continues without the dancers. It's like standing on the edge of a vast landscape where the horizon stretches into infinity, and you realize you are both the observer and the observed. Without the fantasies, without the endless striving and trying, you're left with what is a present that needs no embellishment. A life unfolding with its own rhythm, where the self dissolves into the boundless dance of existence. And so, in a similar way, simply dissolve into that being that you truly are, and let yourself be breathed. Let yourself be carried. And not even that. Just feel the lightness of your being. What if you can't let go just because you're trying so hard? Trying to be the best you can be. Trying to be peaceful and calm and good person. Trying to change yourself, trying to improve yourself, just like the snowflake falling effortlessly it was perfect and beautiful, until it starts comparing itself into the others, which of course can never be done. Without that comparison, it is just pure perfection, pure beauty. And what is really beautiful about snowflakes is that they really start with a speck of nothing, a little particle of pollen or a dust. And the beauty that they become, it only comes from that fall, from that journey they go through. As they are falling through the atmosphere, they're collecting those vapors and they start forming these crystals. And so there is a beauty in that journey. And who do you think you are, trying to middle with perfection, other than a thought, other than an image in the mind, trying to desperately compare itself to another image? There is no winning. The mind is so creative, it can come up with infinite number of different comparison scenarios where keeping us constantly trying and striving, never arriving into the place of simply being good enough. It's always either being better than the others, and that makes us feel good and confident, or when we compare ourselves to another image, we don't feel good enough, or we don't feel we're doing enough. And so in this duality of the mind, of the images, of the fantasies that are so hidden that we don't notice, that they drive every decision. Beyond all of these fantasies and the universe of shoulds and shouldn'ts, the entire universe of assumptions. Without that, you're simply left with what is. Dropping into the ocean effortlessly, and you can't change it even if you try. And you can't give up either, even if you try. That is the paradox. As what we call giving up or acceptance. only leads to resignation. And so you're left exactly here and now, and not even that. This is already the dream without an exit. The more you try, the deeper into the maze you going into. Looking for hopes, looking for some future promise that will make you feel better in the moment, which of course it's only based on a fantasy so convincing that we can't help but believe it. And without that, without the believing, without the past and the future, all is left is just this now, which is not a moment in time. It is simply what is without time, without the stories that happen in the timeline, in the story that tells you what you need to do to survive. And that story is completely made up. It's completely made up. But nothing in it is random. It's all for one purpose only: to keep you in the maze. And so, without the story, without the images, and without the one that tries so hard to be better, to have more, to be more, to do something to deserve some better experience in the future, without all that effort, there is just a drop in the ocean. And not even that. There is just the ocean, which is this. Beyond the fantasies, leaving you completely naked, is the tiny speck. A dust piece, particle of pollen, and not even that. And there is a hidden freedom in that. Just like the clouds are doing what they are doing, Just like the birds are flying the way they are. Just like everything in nature unfolds perfectly, except of the opinions we have about it. So is life unfolding with nobody in particular dissolving into the vastness of nothing in particular, into the mystery that cannot be described by words. And yet, the duality, the meaning, the words are so beautiful and unnecessary, because you need the words to be able to read in between the lines. It is the dance of the stories of me and you, and then not even that. Coming home to the wholeness when nothing is missing, because there is nothing to compare to. This is simply beyond any comparison, simply because there is nothing else. And so, let yourself be floated in that ocean, like a seaweed perhaps, that gives no resistance when it does. Let the current take you for this beautiful dance, a dance of existence that is only possible where there is me and you, where there is before and after. And when it's too much, when it hurts too much, there is always a way to jump out of this duality for your entertainment only. Jump out by recognizing the simplicity of what this is, not by an intellect which only compares to something else in the mind, but by recognizing the mystery that doesn't need any solving, that is whole and perfect. And there is nothing more intimate with no division, with no separation, simply because there is nothing else. So the seaweed just floating in the current. And I love the word current. It seems so immediate. It describes this so well, with no preparation. Gently being moved, and not even that. Not needing to understand that experience, and not needing to be anywhere else than exactly where you are, and not needing to be in any way different, fixed, changed. You're the cat in Schrodinger's box, both alive and dead, observed and unobserved. And you are gently lowered into the box. You're the cat, not a cat, the cat, the one they put in the box to prove a point. And the lid closes with a soft click, and darkness settles in, but it isn't empty. You can almost hear your own heartbeat. Or maybe it's the other cat's? Or maybe it's just the sound of attention turning back on itself. At first, nothing moves. Or rather, everything moves in a way that cancels itself out. You try to locate your body, but your body doesn't behave like something fixed. It shifts depending on where you place your attention, like it's made of decisions you haven't made yet. And every time you try to settle into one version of yourself, another one appears beside it, equally possible, equally unfinished. And then, without any warning, time splits into two stereo channels. In your left ear, there is a funeral. People speaking softly, carefully choosing words like, that would make your absence feel meaningful. And in your right ear, there is a birthday party. Laughter, colors, someone calling your name, a cake you haven't touched yet. And both are happening now. Not one after the other, not one instead of the other, but at the same time. Like two tracks playing over each other, and neither one fully winning. And so you listen, trying to decide which one is real. But the moment you lean toward one, it glitches and flips. And the grief becomes celebration, and the celebration becomes grief. It's not unstable, it's precise. It's showing you something you keep trying to simplify. Half of you is dead, half of you is alive. And both are true until someone looks. But then the question lands differently than it should. Who is looking? You wait for the answer, but instead the box starts to stretch a little bit. Not physically, but just not in a way that you can measure, but in a way that makes the idea of inside and outside feel less solid. And the walls stop behaving like limits and start behaving like assumptions. Welcome in your universe. The box becomes the universe. And the universe becomes a thought. Not a big thought, nor important one, just the kind that keeps repeating because no one has questioned it. You try to move again, but every movement branches. You reach forward and there are 10 versions of that reach, each one slightly different. None of them fully happening. It's not that you are stuck. It's that you never finish anything long enough for it to become real. Everything stays in the stage where it still could be something else. And so maybe a clock appears in front of you and it has no hands. It still ticks. You can hear it, steady and indifferent, marking something that isn't being measured. And you realize it's not tracking time, it's tracking hesitation. And then this familiar voice, calm and reasonable, tells you to wait until you are sure. It sounds like it cares about you. Another voice, quieter but more precise, asks you when that has ever actually worked. And so you start to notice the pattern, not as an idea, but as something you're doing in real time, in real life. Because you're the cat in a Schrodinger's box, both alive and dead. You're both safe and exposed at the same time, and you keep checking which one is true. And and you're alive in potential, but frozen when it comes to action. And the box is what keeps it that way. And then you're waiting to be certain before you move. But certainty only exists after you move. You feel how your life stays open-ended because you never let it become deeply decided. And you are observing yourself sometimes instead of living. And the observation keeps replacing action and movement and living. And then you notice how not choosing keeps every version of you intact, but none of them ever touched. You realize the box isn't trapping you. It's simply protecting you from being seen. A tiny white rabbit in a waistcoat hops across your chest, checks a pocket watch made of melted clocks and whispers, "You're late for the life you keep postponing." And then it just dissolves into sparkling question marks that float like bubbles and pop into tiny fireworks, spelling "what if" over and over and over. And maybe there is also a caterpillar in the size of your childhood bedroom, and it sits on a giant mushroom. It's actually a giant mushroom cloud, puffing smoke rings that turn into forgotten dreams you once had. It blows one straight at your face and rolls, "Who are you today?" Half of you is dead, half of you is alive. Both are true until someone looks. But who is looking? The box becomes the universe, and the universe becomes a thought. And then the thought puts on a tiny hat, lights a cigarette made of yesterday's regrets, and starts arguing with itself in the corner about whether you're even here. And you feel the split between who you could be and what you actually enter. A hallway of infinite doors where every handle is labeled tomorrow or later. Because you notice that staying possible is simply safer than becoming something specific, something decided. Because specific things can be judged, laughed at, or left. So here is the crack in the box. You're dead when wearing a smile to be accepted and validated for who you are not. When you edit yourself into something digestible. And alive when you are wearing nothing. It's just nothing that you don't even think about it. Not being proud of it, just being. Vision this. You are floating in zero gravity inside the box. And suddenly the walls turn into mirrors made of old text messages you never sent. Every reflection is you performing, smiling the right smile and nodding the right nod, shrinking just enough to fit the frame someone else built. And then a flock of tiny paper cranes made from your to-do lists flies past, each one carrying a tiny voice that says, be more, be less, explain yourself more. And they dissolve into glitter that tastes like the anxiety you swallow every morning with your coffee. But here is the thing that may set you free. What if becoming just one version of yourself was not required? What if you didn't have to choose or try? What if you trying to be just one was the box closing tight? You're dead, you're alive, you're both, and you're neither. And here is the thing. The lid never actually closed. You were never actually trapped. It is a strange box because it looks like your world, but look closely. It's your thoughts and memories about your world. And you are the cat in Schrodinger's box, both dead and alive. And you already see it, how you keep yourself in maybe. You don't fully say it. Don't fully choose it. You don't fully go there. So, what is it you already know you want that you keep not doing? You don't have to answer it now. Just notice where the box is still closing. And here is the piece that shifts everything. You were never the cat. You were the thoughts about the cat. Purpose isn't discovered. It's what happens when you finally stop frantically searching for it. All this finding your purpose drama, that's just the ego needing a cosmic job title. I am helping to raise consciousness of other beings on this planet. It's another identity costume, a more spiritual sounding way to feel important. You're chasing a phantom, a future destination that guarantees you'll never be fully here. Right now, with the life as it actually is, doing whatever this is. The anxiety about not knowing your purpose, that's the mind's brilliant distraction technique. Keeps you looking out there, up there, in the future. Anywhere but the unbearable simplicity of this breath, this task, this messy moment. You think purpose is a thing to acquire, a treasure map leading to a buried chest labeled significance. The more you search, the heavier your existential backpack gets. You're standing in a field of wildflowers, holding a map, looking for a field of wildflowers. It's an elaborate, absurd waste of energy. And so here is the gentle, unnerving nudge. Your search for purpose is like looking for the meaning of a dance by standing still and thinking about the steps. You're analyzing life instead of living it. The mind insists purpose must be grand, external, world-altering. It must justify your existence. But what if existence doesn't need a justification? The soul-warming part? It's the profound relief of dropping the map, of realizing there is no chest to find, no validation waiting at some finish line. Purpose isn't a career choice or a mission statement. It is just showing up for the dishes, for the difficult conversations, for the unexpected laugh, for the quiet ache. It is the simple, direct engagement with what is right now in your life as it is, not as it should be. Without the story about what it means or where it's leading or whatever it's significant enough, the purpose isn't out there. It is the vitality of being here. The seeing, the hearing, the feeling, the simple doing of whatever life is doing through this body, this mind. This moment, this now. It's not your purpose, it's just purpose. Unfolding effortlessly when the frantic surge finally exhausts itself and falls away. You never know how your words touch another and how they move because of that, and what they do or don't do, and you don't need to know. They were not your words or action in the first place. What is moving your eyelids this moment? The warmth is the quiet hum of being fully here, without needing a reason or a role. Without needing to be someone with a purpose. Just this, life living itself. So when you stop searching for a grand purpose, what would you be able to do? What would you allow yourself to do? Or what wouldn't you be able to stop yourself from doing? And who is it really who needs a purpose to exist other than an idea?
I used to audit every second I breathe, counting the stars like receipts in my teeth. But the sky didn't care for my careful math, so it swallowed my plans and it made me laugh. I'm losing control, what a relief. No more micromanaging life like a thief. I don't need to do it right, let's be what is. And I'm loving the
You think effort is the bridge between where you are and where you need to be. But the bridge is imaginary. You're already standing on the other side, pretending you're still crossing. Every morning you wake up and tighten your grip. You meditate to be peaceful. You read to be wise. You hustle to be free. But peace, wisdom, and freedom were never rewards. They are what's left when you stop treating life like a test you can fail. Take a jellyfish. No brain, no plan, no to-do list. It doesn't try to float, it just floats. The ocean moves it, and it moves with the ocean. It doesn't worry about drowning because it never learned the concept of struggle. Meanwhile, you are over here flailing in the shallows, convinced you'll sink if you stop paddling. Effort is a story, a loop, a mental tick. You believe you need it because you've confused motion with meaning. But the universe doesn't keep score. The sun doesn't try to rise. The river doesn't strive to reach the sea. Yet everything unfolds perfectly, except in your mind, where nothing is ever quite enough. You think effortlessness is something you'll achieve after all the hard work. So here's the joke. Effort isn't real. It's just resistance dressed up as virtue. You strain against life, calling it discipline, calling it growth. And you're the only thing in nature that insists on making simple things difficult. And the same with awakening. It isn't the result of effort. It's the collapse of the belief that effort is necessary. The moment you see the futility of pushing, the pushing stops on its own. Not because you decided to stop, but because you finally noticed it was never moving you forward to begin with. You want proof? Think of the last time you were truly happy. Not because you achieved something, but because you forgot to try. A laugh that tore through you, a sunset that swallowed your thoughts. In those moments, effort didn't exist. The mind hates this. It wants credit. It wants a hero's journey. But there is no hero. Just a series of events and a voice in your head narrating them like it's the main character. So here is the question. What if you stopped? Not as a tactic, not as a new effort, but because you saw the whole game. Would the world fall apart? Or would it finally, effortlessly float as it already does? But as the room begins to loosen around you, something goes wrong in a beautiful way. You cannot tell whether you are drifting back into the womb, floating forward into death, or lying somewhere between the two, while your whole life gathers around you like a strange little mushroom beings. The ceiling breathes in slow circles, and each sound has 100 echoes looking like fractals. The walls soften into pink and blue folds you feel in your belly, and for a moment you hear your own heartbeat coming from the other side of the room, as if your body has been placed somewhere else and is calling you over. And then these tiny pilgrims are walking along your shoulder blade horizon, carrying lanterns made of old versions of you. And each time their bells ring, the sound does not enter your ears. It comes out of your knees. And it tastes like blue metal and childhood rain. And now the problem becomes clear. You have been trying to move into the future while dragging the dead body with you, the old you, which only exists as an image in your imagination. And one pilgrim turns around and points at the wall mountain, and suddenly you see scenes from your life growing out of it like impossible mushrooms. There is the moment you learned to wait. There is the face you wore when you wanted to be chosen. And there is the small, polite version of you folding your desire into a napkin and putting it into a drawer as something embarrassing. And then the room tilts. And the pilgrims begin climbing upward. So you follow them with your eyes. And the sound pulls you through the wall. And now you are inside a huge, breathing cathedral made of fractals, milk, bones, wet stars, and laughing little clocks. But the clocks are not ticking. They are chewing. Each one is chewing on a year of your life, very seriously, like tiny annual goats. And then one clock opens its mouth, and your mother's voice comes out as purple smoke. And another opens and releases the smell of a future you never lived. Another coughs up a little golden baby wearing your adult face. And the baby looks at you as if to say, are we being born, or are we finally done pretending we already were? And one of the pilgrims has a speech bubble saying, the future does not require continuity, it requires disappearance. And when that lands, the whole cathedral turns inside out like a shopping bag. The pilgrims are no longer outside you. They are walking through your bloodstream with their lanterns, and everywhere they step, old identity flakes off like dry paint. The sound of their bells becomes color pulsating in your veins, and the color becomes a soft animal. And the animal crawls around your ribs and purrs in a language made of unexpressed desires. And you understand none of it. And somehow it is the clearest thing you have ever heard. But then comes the twist. The past was never pulling you backward. It was below you, pretending to be the floor. And you look down and see it there. My life so far, spread out like a giant sleeping carpet, stitched together from memories, explanations, heartbreaks, victories, humiliations, almosts, and all the scenes you kept using to prove there was a person here who had to continue exactly as the past says they should. And it looks tender from above. It looks handmade by a grandma. It looks like something a child built out of fear and glitter and serious misunderstandings. And so, what you call my life so far may be nothing more than a rumor consciousness forgot to stop believing. And this is where it becomes almost ridiculous, because the rumor was not stupid. It was trying to keep you recognizable. It kept saying your name so the world would not lose you, and it kept repeating the old shape because it thought love meant continuity, imagined security. And so the pilgrims crawl out of your belly button and reach the highest ridge of the skin mountain, and there at the top is a tiny door made of sound. And behind it is not a new self. Behind it is not a better life. Behind it is a soft, impossible brightness with no resume, no biography, no explanation, and no interest in proving it belongs to you. You hesitate, and the whole trip pauses with you. The clocks stop chewing. The purple smoke kneels, and the tiny golden baby blinks. And the wall mountain leans closer, and every memory lantern and then the door opens by itself, and you understand the rebirth is lazy because nothing has to force itself through. The old gravity simply stops being believed for 1 second, and in that 1 second, the past floats up like a dead balloon. The future opens like a mushroom with the sun inside it. And you are not pushed forward. You are released sideways with contractions and everything. And now the room begins to return, but incorrectly. The wall is still a wall, but it remembers being your skin. And the ceiling is still above you, but it has little pilgrim footprints across it. And the sound outside is still outside, but part of it is coming from your mouth. Somewhere a clock burps and looks a bit embarrassed. Let the past lose its job as gravity, and let the future arrive without asking it to look like you. And notice how gentle it is when consciousness and something unnamed finally has room to breathe. You don't need another healing modality. Healing isn't cumulative. The seeker is the wound. You don't need another healing modality. You don't need another certification, another energy clearing, another deep dive into past lives. Healing isn't cumulative. Every new technique you explore, every guru you follow, every session you book, it all reinforces the same core belief that something is fundamentally wrong with you. You're adding layers of complexity to fix a problem that exists primarily in the conceptual realm. Oh, this Reiki helped a bit, but I think I need to clear my ancestral trauma next. It's an endless loop, a spiritual hamster wheel. It never ends. The pursuit of healing is fueled by the conviction that you are broken. Something's missing. And that conviction, it's the seeker. The one who feels wounded, who yearns for wholeness, who is desperately trying to get somewhere better. The seeker, it is the wound, the idea of a separate identity or separate entity needing fixing is the primary illusion. You are collecting keys for a door that was never locked, on a house that was never built. It's an elaborate, exhausting performance directed by the mind, starring the wound itself and the aspiring healer. And so here is the gentle amputation. You're adding techniques to find wholeness you already are. The truth? It's not that you finally find the one modality that fixes everything. It's the quiet collapse of the entire healing project. The staggering relief of realizing there was nothing to fix in the first place. The wound was a story. The seeker was a character in the story. And the fundamental reality, the awareness in which the story unfolds, is already perfectly, unequivocally whole. It cannot be wounded. It requires no healing. The peace you seek isn't found by accumulating more tools. It's found by questioning the belief that you are the broken thing. Just this. Already complete. So if you stop searching for the next thing to heal you, what remains? And what fears might come up for you to look at directly into? And who is it exactly who feel broken, other than just an idea of you.
What if you didn't need fixing? The voice was never yours. The ones who really need it never walk through therapy doors. What if your emotions want freedom to mess life up accordingly? And by messing up, I mean this: tear down the potential brutally.
You're not seeking truth. You're addicted to the chase. The moment you smell actual freedom, you panic and crawl back into your story. Not yet. I still need to heal, read, meditate, find the right guru. You don't want liberation. You want a better cage, one with nice pillows and a spiritual label, so you can pretend you are free. The path? A treadmill you've been sprinting on for years, convinced the scenery is about to change. So here is the cold splash of reality. There is no path. There is just this, and your refusal to see it. You call it shadow work. I call it spiritual hoarding. Clutching every trauma, every identity, every process, like they are sacred relics. But the Buddha didn't need therapy. But maybe your idea of freedom doesn't come with a big belly. You're waiting for permission, for a sign, for some cosmic green light. Meanwhile, the universe is screaming in your face. You are already here. But you don't listen, because if you did, you'd have to admit this whole search was a sham. But what about my purpose, my growth, my healing? Drop it, all of it. And the only thing you need to heal is the delusion that you are broken. You're like a kid holding their breath underwater, convinced they are drowning, while the ocean waits, laughing. So, here is the only question that matters. How much longer are you willing, or how much longer are you going to pretend you don't already know?
A thought whispers, not enough. Another says, fix it harder. You polish the mask, smile on cue, chest tight, heart like dynamite. Ooh. taste is true.
Last night I saw God, but it was nothing. Every morning I wake up and think, why am I so stuck in my life? I thought my mind was stopping me from moving forward, but then I looked and it was nothing. And yesterday I thought I was going crazy. But it turned out to be nothing. Later I had a profound spiritual experience. It was so intense, dude. And it was nothing. I spent years searching for my purpose. And found nothing. I begged the universe for a sign. And received nothing. I want to be free from nothing. I finally understood nonduality. Turns out it means absolutely nothing. The curtain rises, the spotlight hits center stage, and there is nothing. No grand meaning, no cosmic punchline, just empty space where you expected fireworks. Your greatest fear isn't failure or suffering. It's that there is nothing to fail at. No grand test, no karmic scoreboard, just this. You've been gorging on spiritual concepts, self-improvement plans, enlightenment milestones, and that identity that you're so proud of. Nothing wearing a name tag. And those traumas you cherish. Nothing dressed in yesterday's clothes. And your awakening story? Nothing with a microphone. The more you stop seeking something, the more clearly you see nothing. And the more you try to grasp it, the more nothing slips through your fingers. The deeper you go, the more nothing you find. And what if the most profound truth is that there is nothing to say? So, tell me, when you stop running from nothing, chasing nothing, fearing nothing, what remains?
You play the good person role, emotions managed like antiques, anger hidden, shame locked away. You look calm, but you're burning, all to convince yourself enough, all to please a thought. Was never yours, the ones who really need it never walk through therapy doors. What if your emotions want freedom to mess life up accordingly? And by messing up, I mean this: tear down the potential brutally. Decisions happen, then action happens, no decider found, only clarity. Moment leads to next moment, like stepping stones appearing. You don't push the river, you notice it carrying you. What if you didn't need fixing? The voice was never yours, the ones who really need it never walk through therapy doors. What if your emotions want freedom to mess life up accordingly? And by messing up, I mean this: tear down the potential brutally.
Welcome to this sleep meditation, where we are going to be doing nothing. And I want to invite you to begin with to let a comfortable place really find your body, and lay this body down And you can either close your eyes or keep them open until they get so heavy by themselves that they will simply close by themselves. You are required to do nothing. Just notice any sensations you may feel in your body. Notice the sounds apparently coming from outside of you, and simply be exactly as you are, relaxing any tension, noticing any thoughts, and simply let them be exactly as they are, because they are nothing. They are just complete nothing. And as you are relaxing your body, perhaps relax your jaw and relax your neck and your cheeks. Notice if you have any tension in your shoulders, and if you do, simply notice that it's nothing. And relax your chest, relax your back, and everything in between. If you feel any discomfort, just notice it's nothing. Relax your belly, relax your legs all the way down to your feet, perhaps feeling some tingly sensations in your feet. And notice if any thoughts popping in. Notice that it's nothing. Maybe some worries or planning about the future. Just notice even that is just a thought made of, if it ever was made of anything. Can't say made of. Made of nothing. Made of nothing. If it ever was made of anything. Notice. Perhaps you felt happy today, made of nothing, because something wonderful happened. And it was nothing. You felt happy today. And perhaps because something wonderful happened, you remembered And it was that you need to let go of some thoughts or your past. And perhaps just notice that you have to let go of nothing. That you need to let go of some thoughts or your past. And maybe you have to let go. You think about something you have to do tomorrow. Obligations. And maybe, and they are nothing. Think about something you have to do tomorrow. Just concepts of this moment. Just images or thoughts, just nothings, just concepts. This moment, just, and you're relaxing deeper, just and deeper, nothing, into nothing. Maybe you had this amazing idea today into nothing, but it was nothing. And maybe just be exactly as you are. With nothing at all to do this moment. Noticing what it feels like when nothing is required. Nothing you have to do. Nobody special for somebody else that you have to be this moment. You simply are exactly the way you are, and not even that. Even that is nothing. Relaxed, present, aware of nothing in particular. Present with nothing special. Breathing happens. Relaxing happens. This moment happens, but it's nothing. It's a dream. Everything is nothing. Relaxed, opening happened, allowing, gentle allowing of nothing happens. Listening happens. Very subtle sounds of the wind chimes happen. And it seems like there is a space in between you and the sounds. But it's nothing. Maybe you feel hopeful about tomorrow, that something nice will happen. And it's nothing, made of nothing. It's not even made. Maybe you thought, a thought said something bad is happening in my life right now. A situation that's bad. And it will have a bad outcome. And just notice that it's nothing. It's just nothing. And nobody to know that it's nothing. What will happen? Except nothing. That what will happen is nothing. To know. Because all what will happen that can ever happen except already is. That what will happen already happened is nothing. With nothing that can ever has future already is, unless you think about it, already happened. And when you think about the future with nothing, it's nothing. Future. It's nothing. You think about it. Appearing as something happening in the future. It's nothing. Sounds, it's nothing, are sounding, appearing as listening happens in the future. Relaxation happens, or sounding, and it's nothing. It's nothing special. Relaxation happens, nothing. Breathing, it's nothing. Happened. It's nothing special. Perhaps it's nothing. Spaciousness happens. Breathing happens. spaciousness within space, which is nothing. Nothing spaciousness to do within space. Nothing which is required. Nothing. You don't have to be somebody. Nothing for anybody to do. That will be nothing. Is required. You don't have to be somebody for anybody. Thoughts may happen. That will be nothing. Ideas may come from nothing. Thoughts may happen. Ideas may come. Wonder from nothing may happen. From nothing. About nothing. Wonder may happen. Complete from nothing. Perfect. About whole. Nothing. Dynamic. Nothing. Complete. Perfect. Whole. Slowness. Dynamic. May happen. Quiet may occur. Slowness may happen. And it's nothing. Quiet may occur. Spaciousness. Now, this spaciousness, nothing. Now, this relaxation. Noticing may happen of nothing. Maybe you thought you need to become someone of value, but it was nothing. Nothing. Exactly as they are. Because they are nothing. They are just. You are required to do nothing. And just notice relaxing your body. Any sensations you may feel in your body. Notice the sounds, neck, apparently cheeks coming from outside of you. Notice if you have any tension in your shoulders, and simply, if you do, be exactly as you are. That is relaxing any tension, noticing
your chest,
any thoughts, and simply let them be
everything
exactly as they are, because they are
you feel
nothing.
any discomfort.
They are just complete nothing,
Notice.
and
It's nothing.
as you are relaxing your body, perhaps relax your jaw,
Relax your belly.
and relax
Relax your
your
legs.
neck
All the way
and
down
your cheeks.
to your feet. Perhaps
Notice if you have any tension in your shoulders, and if you do, simply notice that it's nothing.
Any thoughts
Popping in and relax your chest,
that it's
relax your back and everything in between.
maybe some worries.
If you feel
planning about
any discomfort, just notice it's nothing.
Even that is just a thought
Relax your belly,
made of
relax your legs,
if it ever
all
was
the
made
way
of
down to your feet.
Can't say made of.
Perhaps feeling some tingly sensations in your feet.
Made of nothing.
And notice if any thoughts popping in.
Today.
Notice
Something wonderful happened.
that it's nothing.
And it was
Maybe some
nothing.
worries or planning about the future.
Perhaps you remembered.
Just notice
That
even
you need
that
to let go
is just a thought
of your past.
made of.
Just notice. You have to let go
If it ever was made of anything,
of nothing.
can't say made of. Made of nothing. Made of nothing.
Maybe you think about something
Notice.
you have to do tomorrow.
Perhaps you felt
Obligation.
happy today because something wonderful happened,
And they are nothing.
and it was
Just concept.
nothing.
This moment. Just images.
And perhaps
Thoughts. Just
you remembered that you need to let go of some thoughts or your past.
and you're relaxing deeper
Just notice
and deeper
you have to let go of nothing.
into nothing.
And maybe
you had this amazing idea.
you think about something you have to do tomorrow. Obligation.
But it was nothing. Just
And they are nothing.
exactly as you are.
Just concept. This moment. Just images or thoughts,
nothing,
just nothings
to do
this moment. And you're relaxing deeper,
what it feels like,
and deeper when into nothing
is required. Nothing,
and maybe
you have to do.
you had this amazing idea
For somebody
today
else that you have to be this moment.
but it was nothing.
Simply are. Exactly the way you are.
Just be,
And not even that.
exactly as you are.
Even that is nothing.
With nothing
Relaxed.
at all to do this moment.
Present.
Noticing
Aware.
what it feels like
Of nothing.
when
Particular.
nothing is required.
Present.
Nothing
With
you have to do.
nothing.
Nobody special for somebody else that you have to be this moment.
Breathing. Happen.
You simply are exactly the way you are,
Relaxing. Happen.
and not even that. Even that is nothing.
This moment happens.
Relaxed,
But it's nothing. It's a dream.
present,
Everything
aware
is nothing.
of nothing in particular.
Relaxed. Open.
Present with
Happens.
nothing
Allowing.
special.
Gentle. Allowing. Of nothing.
Breathing
Happens.
happens. Relaxing
Listening.
happens.
Happens. Very subtle sounds.
This moment
The wind chimes.
happens,
Happen.
but it's nothing.
And it seems like
It's a dream.
there is a space
Everything
in between you
is nothing.
and the sounds.
Relaxed,
But it's nothing.
opening happens. Allowing, gentle
Maybe
allowing of nothing
feel hopeful about tomorrow.
happens.
That something nice will happen.
Listening happens.
And it's nothing. Made of
Very
nothing.
subtle sounds.
It's not even
The
made.
wind chimes
Maybe.
happen.
You thought. A thought.
And it seems like
something
there is a space
bad is happening in my life right now.
in between
A situation
you
that's bad.
and the sounds outcome. And just notice, but it's nothing. That it's nothing. It's just maybe nothing. You feel hopeful about tomorrow. To know that something nice will happen. Accept that and it's nothing. Made of nothing. It's not even made. Because all maybe that can ever happen, you thought already is. A thought said already happened. Something bad is happening in my life right now. With nothing, a situation that's bad. And it will have a bad outcome. You think about it. And just notice. And when you think about the future, that it's nothing. It's nothing. It's just nothing. It's nothing. And nobody to know something happening in the future. What will happen? Accept sound that what will happen or sounding is nothing. Listening happens because all that can ever happen already is. Relaxation happens. Already happens. And it's nothing. With nothing, it's nothing special. As future. Unless you think about it. And when you think about the future, happens, it's nothing. Perhaps it's nothing. Spaciousness appearing happens as something happening in the future. Spaciousness, sounds are sounding within space, which is listening happens. Nothing. Relaxation happens. Nothing. And it's nothing. It's nothing special to be somebody for anybody. It's nothing. That will be nothing. Breathing happens. Perhaps thoughts, spaciousness happens. Ideas may come from spaciousness within space, which is nothing. Wonder, nothing to do may happen. Nothing from nothing is required about nothing. You don't have to be somebody for anybody. Complete. That will be nothing. Perfect. Whole. Dynamic. Thoughts may happen. ideas may come from nothing. Quiet may occur. Wonder may happen from nothing. About nothing. Complete. Perfect. Whole. Dynamic. Nothing. Slowness may happen. Quiet may occur. And it's nothing. Spaciousness. Now, this nothing. Relaxation. Noticing may happen of nothing. Maybe you thought you need to become someone of value, but it was nothing. Nothing.